Good morning, good day, good evening. Welcome to the second part of our conference, Muddy, Dirty, Wet. We had great projects yesterday, but today is no less exciting with projects from Palestine and Colombia. After that, an exercise, art as a field of experience. For those who weren't there yesterday, briefly, in the menu bar below, you can select the channel to your language, translation, English, Espanol, Deutsch, and comments and questions are welcome via the questions and answers button.
Is having technical issues. Yeah.
Now I'm online. I think I had a technical problem. Hello, welcome everybody from sunny Berlin. Welcome here in Zoom. Stefan mentioned you can participate asking questions in the FAQ or put comments in the chat. I also like to welcome everybody on Facebook and YouTube. Also here, it's possible to put comments in the line below, and we will record it because we are working on a Miro board where we record everything from this conference. And without our technical support team in Colombia, this conference would be nothing. So I'd like to thank Juan, Jonathan, and Miguel, and also for the wonderful work, the translating team, Max, Irina, Alexandra, Marta, and Alicia. Thank you very much for your support, and also Dorothy, who's collecting all your comments and questions for the Miro board. Now, after a great day yesterday, where we had a journey from Berlin to Melbourne, over Bangalore, Tokyo, New York, Milwaukee, Chile, back to Rostock in Germany, today our suitcase is already filled with some inputs, questions, and inspiring water topics. We'd like to continue now the journey, starting with Ramallah in Palestine. And we are happy to have here Sahar Kawasmi from Ramallah. She invented the Academy for Art, Science, and Agriculture, which is called Saskia. And they are specific for cross-disciplinary resident program. Welcome, Sahar. You can start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. The name of our organization is Sakia, and I will share our PowerPoint presentation in a second. Okay. I will start with an introduction about Sakia. Sakia sits on a hillside in Ankinia, near Ramallah in Palestine. Ankinia is a small village west of Ramallah, only 5 minutes by car and at a walkable distance. And Ramallah, for those who don't know it, is currently the largest growing city in Palestine and the de facto capital of the state of Palestine that was established in 1993. Ramallah has grown so much, and this growth and expansion has affected Ankinia. Yet Ankinia sits in Area C. I will speak a little bit about this political delineation to try to understand how these political borders affect nature and environment and our attitudes and speculations about it. So Ankinia sits in Area C, which is under Israeli military control. This means that Palestinians cannot expand, build in these sites, and this has been an opportunity of sorts to us to establish Sakia in this natural area very close to Ain Kenya, a village that has preserved, respected a lot of its cultural and ecological heritage. I would like to share our vision here. Liberation through a society whose confidence is rooted in traditional and contemporary ecological practices, whose tolerance echoes nature's diversity, whose generosity springs from collective labor, whose creativity is enriched by the intersections between art, science, and agriculture, and whose prosperity is shared beyond boundaries. What's our approach? It's pedagogical model rooted in the land. And our propagation strategy is through a generative curriculum and rewilding pedagogy. And these process-oriented strategies cover all aspects of our programs and activities. Before I start from Ain Kenya, I want to go back a little bit to a site in the north of Palestine, that is today Israel. I want to go back to the year 1948, and I'm trying here to start looking at the beginning of greenwashing through colonial takeover of Israel. So this greenwashing continues until today, but I wanted to establish a little bit of the beginnings of these colonial policies, policies of expulsion and destruction of the people, and also of changing the face of the land through an attitude to the environment that looks at it from a growth perspective. This is the Hole Lake. It's in the north of Palestine. By 1948, it was a thriving community of subsistence economy. The inhabitants lived off the land. The lake was a very important ecosystem, not just for Palestine, but for the entire globe, because it's an important site for bird migration. So birds migrating from Africa to Europe and then from Europe to Africa passed through Hole Lake. Israel, when it was established in 1948, this was one of the sites that were interesting because it was deemed as unhygienic, as a place for malaria, as a dirty place. Of course, everybody from Hole was expelled. These people today live as refugees. Their grandchildren today live as refugees in Lebanon and Syria. And so it is the culture that was associated with the Hole Lake was completely wiped out. And it's important, I think, to look at different cases throughout Palestine and in the world. And this is a way for us to look at this political resistance as these networks of collective sites that have so much in common. This case in Palestine is very similar to other cases all around the world. And it's important also to our work in Ain Kenya. The resistance to the complete destruction of the Hole Lake, which, by the way, the project failed completely because birds kept coming and water kept collecting in this area. And so today Israel is trying to work with this site as a natural reserve, but resistance came in a form of a frog that was found once again after so many years of everybody thinking that it was extinct. So that was a hopeful moment in the history of this lake. I want to go back to looking at Ain Kenya from Hula. So I'm going to go back to the middle of the country, and I will share another document. So in this document, I'm showing the different highly important, very diverse natural areas along the Mediterranean. Sakia is one of these sites. You can see the Mediterranean, Palestine, Israel, Sakia, and I'm gonna zoom in a little bit here to show where our site is exactly in relationship to Ramallah and in relationship to the political borders that are today delineating what is Palestinian and what's Israeli. These lines are very complicated and layered, and so it's hard to have exact lines, but Ain Kenya is in the west of the West Bank, and so it's very close to what looks like a border between Israel and Palestine. It's really not, because on the lands of Ain Kenya there are several Israeli settlements, and so it's more layered existences, complicated through these maps that are drawn and erased all the time. And if we zoom into Ain Kenya, this very small village, you will see to the west here, to the left side, that's a settlement. It's very close to Ain Kenya. It's part of Ain Kenya. It's built on the land of Ain Kenya, yet it's completely disconnected. They're both completely disconnected. The settlement has control over most of the lands around it, and so control over most of the valleys and the water in the valleys and the ecosystem there. So this is our site. And I just want to show you here, when we first came to the site, this was the water spring that we worked on restoring. So this is one of the water springs on site. I'm going to stop sharing and go back to this presentation. Okay. All right. So, as I said, as most areas in Palestine, in Area C, the land of Ain Kenya is completely under control of the Israeli army. Israeli colonial practices and laws control people's resources, and one of these resources is water, another is plants. And so here's a very recent article talking about plants in these areas where people are not allowed to forage, for example, for plants that have been an important part of their lives for centuries. So this is just one aspect of these laws. And of course, working with water is one of the most important things that we have been doing. This has so many different aspects, working with artists and community members. Ain Kenya has tons of water springs, most of them under Israeli control. Some of them have been protected by the people living in Kenya, where they use them as a common resource. These practices have been growing and have been protected despite and maybe because of colonial powers. And so people have kept this relationship to nature and to the land around them. And this relationship doesn't only mean the use and management of resources, but also a whole culture that has been thriving for centuries around stories and histories and art and food and other practices related to land. With the establishment of the Palestinian Authority, things have changed where not only are we facing loss of culture through colonization, but also loss of culture through neoliberal ways of life and economies that force a lot of people out of their lands for different reasons. Speculation is one of them. Expensive resources is another, where people are pushed out of working in the land and becoming joining labor forces, either in Palestinian cities or in Israeli cities. And so with this human engineering, there's a huge loss of culture. And with our artists, we're able to revisit a lot of these rituals and important knowledge, important life practices, land-based practices, ecological practices that have the land in the center, but also our relationship and our collective relationship, common practices and common ways of dealing and managing our natural resources. I showed you the artist Jumana Emil Aboud, and she works with different community groups and students, artists, to look for springs. Some of these springs have long gone, but a lot of them have stories that are still alive, and that's part of this strategy to bring back these stories, and with this maybe care for the stories and for the springs that are still existing. Another important member here you can see in the red t-shirt, Jumana Emil Aboud, and I guess the only man in the picture is Yusuf, one of the most important storytellers and activists in the village. Yusuf cannot read and write, and so according to standards here, he's illiterate, but he's one of the most important people who share knowledge in the village. And so we're also challenging what it means to produce knowledge and share knowledge. And the story of water doesn't only mean here the water, but it also means all of the stories around food and ecology, geology, the history of the land and its formation. wild plants, their uses, their existence, their lives, and the creatures who live in it, and also the architectures that are associated with living on and with the land, such as these farm structures that exist all over the highlands in Palestine where Ramallah is. And of course, the different wild plants and seasonal plants that by understanding seasons, you have a different understanding of your body and of the seasons and of the different trees, and you cultivate a different relationship with the land and with the animals. We are encouraging the revitalization of practices that are important to water collection and protection. And one of them is dry stack stone building, which means that in the highlands, you have to build stone walls to have flat lands where water can sit and seep into the deep wells in the land that will later feed our springs. And so this is an important ongoing practice that we engage with all year round with different people and different activists and volunteers. Here we have a group of university students who are building with us these stone walls, and performances where all of this knowledge is shared, knowledge about the water and land-based practices and the stories of people. The last thing I want to share, if I have time, is a project that we're initiating, speaking here about the expansion of Ramallah. And as I said, Ramallah expands to the west towards Ain Kenya. And although Ain Kenya is an Area C, a lot of the lands in Ain Kenya have been changing designation. And this is a political action where Palestinian and Israeli negotiators sit together and decide that certain lands can be turned into Area A where Palestinians are allowed to build. And so there's always this negotiations of give and take of lands. And the lands of Ain Kenya are highly speculated. People in Ain Kenya don't own most of the land of Ain Kenya. Investors own most of the land. And so these investors understand that in the future, maybe the very near future, things will change around Ain Kenya. And the city has been putting plans towards bringing Ain Kenya into the master plan of the city, where Ain Kenya becomes just a neighborhood. And these lands and valleys will become roads that serve the city. And Ramallah has been always complaining about traffic congestion, because for the last 20 years, people bought so many cars, but very little was done to actually introduce a public transportation system. And so with the small roads of the city, the city opted to plan ring roads, and these ring roads will eventually take over the valleys of Ain Kenya. Here you can see the end of the city towards one of the valleys, where the valley becomes this unknown zone until a plan comes in. Here you can see at the edge of the city as well, towards Ain Kenya, rubble is being dumped to prepare for building streets. And these streets destroy ancient history and archaeology and architecture, and also destroy the ecology and the ecosystem of the valleys and mountains. This is one of the valleys in Ain Kenya, and this valley today is where people actually swam and goats drank. Today it's all sewage. So sewage is also being dumped. In a few years, this will be filled with rubble and a street would be built on top of it. This is all sewer, you can see it here, where I was walking with Yusuf and he was telling me how he used to swim in this specific area. And here you can see that trouble is already being introduced in one of the valleys. So on the side, on one side, you can see maybe a little bit left over of the valley, but on the left side, it's already being prepared to put in a street. And so as we look at these new plans that are happening, we are working with the women in Ain Kenya to introduce alternative plans. And these plans look at the ecology and social ecology and political ecology of Ain Kenya to bring about a different imagination of what could Ain Kenya look like. And these imaginations will be introduced to a larger public and discussed with the municipality and other political parties and government offices to try to bring about a more ecological, more just idea for the expansion and for the future of Ain Kenya and the people living there. And so I just wanted to introduce this project, and we are hoping that in the summer we will have a larger activity around these imaginations and around the valleys that have been destroyed to make way for roads in Ain Kenya. And so I hope that you will stay in touch, and we will share information if you would be interested in our actions later to try to protect what is left of these valleys around Ain Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sahar. This were plenty of information, especially in the political situation you are facing. We are collecting questions and comments, and we'll do later on a discussion with all. So nobody should hesitate to point out things, but you should be calm or, to wait until we come all together. Now we want to make a journey to Colombia, exactly to Cali, and there are Masters del Agua. These masters try to strengthen the culture of water and environmental areas and define themselves at a mobile water school. So we are curious to hear more about you. This will be Yanis, Hernanda, Stephanie, Kelly, and Hernando, sorry. Welcome for your presentation. Thank you.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Hernando, I'll give you the floor so that you can start the presentation and then we can continue with the rest. Okay, so let's start sharing our screen, please.
Muchísimas gracias. Confirmado, estoy perfecto.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We are the children of water. We are water. We are the territories of water. Protecting the territory and water is protecting life. We are addressing you from Cali, Colombia. Cali the city where the social outburst was fatal, and the world recognized this. This was a social outburst as a result of several social and environmental crises affected deeply by the pandemic. So during pandemic times, we continue to be in crisis. The challenges to be strengthened, to strengthen public awareness and the participation of the communities, are fundamental pillars of our environmental management. They inspired us to create the teachers of water. Now we are here with you, Yanis, Estefania Ordóñez, Kelly Vanessa Suárez, Mauricio Lara, and myself addressing you. Hernando Diaz is an environmental educator, social and environmental activist for more than 35 years. We want to greet the organizers of this event and also the participants who are connected from different parts of the world in the midst of a pandemic and crisis, and we want to share a solidarity hug and a hopeful hug with all of you. We will try to share our perspectives, knowledge, methodologies, and our environmental, socio-environmental activities. Different men and women will explain to you how now, if you go through this water school, you will be developing all the different opinions and initiatives of the water school. We call it the mobile school because we are present anywhere. We are not static. And also we understand the territory as our classroom, our open classroom, our water basin. We want to tell you that we focus on the dialogue of knowledge and the critical thinking of Pablo Freire. We work on governance with ethics. With our partners, we build our work in group actions, in group efforts, and we give or send an open invitation to everybody because the complex problems in the world are solved based on agreements and agreements with others. Our proposal is environmental, rural, and academic education that started in the mountains of Santiago de Cali, which means in the rural areas. We have been able to recognize and support and value the rural aqueducts, which are the community entities that manage water in the countryside. Protecting water as a common asset, part of human rights and part of nature. We train more than 200 community leaders to this date, and we contribute to rethink environmental education in the public agenda. We have been emphatic. We need to discuss for a better education, and especially because we need to focus education more on the environment. This means that environmental education has to permeate the curriculum, and it is a constant and permanent and continuous process, and not just that today, where you cover it as a small supplement to education. And this is done partially and in a fragmented way. But we need to environmentalize education so that education is permeated by environmental matters so that we can strengthen environmental awareness. We constantly comment on the impact on the water territories. On this image, we want to show you how we have structured the water school. We have specific focus and objectives. The school is a mobile school that is not static. It travels to the different territories. We move to any territory or we travel whenever it's necessary. This is with a focus on the river basin. We believe that it's necessary to promote participation, and therefore we have the largest group of volunteers on water, and we focus on the research and the knowledge of water. The informational offer we shared through workshops, courses, degree courses, and conversational situations. We have a clear communication strategy, a trademark as well, and our narratives, our observatories, and the work that we do is a constant effort. Our actors don't have age or gender. It's all of us, all of us. Organized communities, educational institutions, aqueducts, companies, the public sector, all of us are subject to think about water and to place the culture of water in the focus, in the center. With this, I want to give the floor to Yanis Estefania Ordóñez. She is a community leader, environmentalist, activist, and they will explain the scope of this excellent initiative that seeks to permeate the territories of water. Yanis, please.
Hola, muy buenos días. ¿Cómo están?
Hello, good morning. How are you? Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I don't know if you can see my image. Can you see it? Turn on your camera, Yanis. Yes, we can see your image, your presentation. Yes?
Okay. Bueno, presentarme primero, pues.
Well, first I want to introduce myself. My name is Yanis Estefania Ordóñez Martínez. I am an inhabitant of the rural area, and I am sending you special greetings from here. I want to thank the event organizers for inviting us. And as part of this process, we wanted to talk to you about the Water Community Management Project. Here we have community managers of water. We are organizations of neighbors. We are organizations of neighbors based on solidarity, collective work, and the recognition of water as a common asset. And therefore, we manage water to have access to this fundamental right of human beings so that we can use and consume this vital liquid. And in this sense, we do it according to our cultural forms and the different ways in which we have been building community. We are on this path and we have faced adverse situations such as the imperative development model that has a different perspective on water and has a different vision on the water, and therefore we enter into conflict with that. This vision has been imposed by the government of Colombia by means of extractivist policies, privatizing policies of common assets. And in this sense, we are in this fight against this model. We have been on this path since 2010, and we decided, all community aqueducts in the country, we decided to join efforts and build a surrounding that can recognize our ways of self-managing water to have access to this fundamental right. Next, please. In Colombia, we have more than 12,000 community aqueducts. We are an ancestral inheritance. We are a cultural construction. And this is one of the best participatory environmental management expressions that we have. We do this through four fundamental aspects. First, the organization and community participation. This starts from the moment where we decided to join efforts to bring the water from the different areas to our households and do this in a collective and community way. And we continue to do this by reinforcing this collective decision. And therefore, we always hold our general assemblies to make these significant decisions, but also to continue strengthening our confidence and to be able to continue strengthening that transparency as community organizations. This also implies environmental management. And since we live in rural territories, we understand that we need to protect our territories and the water basins as well. In this sense, we are concerned because for the ecosystems to be preserved so that we can have this vital resource available. But we also know that these other entities that we coexist with require a balance, and therefore we need to look for this balance for the territory. Another fundamental aspect are the operational technical tasks that we have been undertaking, and this also implies the development of our own technologies and managing the system which is required for the water to be able to reach our homes in proper conditions. And on the other hand, we also have administrative tasks, which is also a collective task. And we believe that we are paying for a service, but we actually agree on a fee or a rate so that through the solidarity economy, we can sustain our community aqueduct systems. Community organizations that manage water fight for living in our territories. We are at risk. Just as our previous colleague was telling us, we are at risk of being displaced from our territories because of the model that I said before, this privatizing neoliberal model that affects our way of living and our vision of the territory. We act against those trading logics of water and those extractivist practices that destroy our territories and the social our way of being and it's destroying the social fabric and our way of being. There are different issues that we have been facing, which is extractivism, also pine trees and eucalyptus plantations, but also different activities that are implemented by multinational companies, foreign multinational companies, and some of the countries, or maybe the people who are participating in this event today from Canada, Australia, England, Europe, North America. And we would like to invite you so that from every territory in the world, we continue to place life in the center. We have to place water in the center, which is life as well. And since we have the backing as part of the national strikes of many countries against the massacres that were taking place, we also need to strengthen these environmental fights. We need to be connected and continue fighting in the local territories, but also by joining efforts between the different countries. We believe that this is possible. We believe that our ways of living can be respected. So thank you very much. Thank you, Yanis. We want to give the floor to Mauricio so that he can give us the rest of the presentation. We are following a path where we're going to talk about 4 fundamental pillars of our water proposal, including education, which is what Hernando commented on. Yanis, she spoke about the protection of water with the community resources, and Mauro is going to tell us about the different projects as well. Well, now we have water and orchards as a pedagogical tool. My name is Mauricio Lara. I'm an environmental educator, and we have worked in community, both from the rural aspect as well as from the urban side of things. Well, water and soil and food make up a trilogy which is fundamental for life. Orchards, therefore, become a pedagogical tool to awaken environmental awareness in human beings by assigning the relevance that these elements deserve, by creating a protection of these fundamental elements. it's not possible to live healthily if we do not understand that a food would ensure and guarantee good health. As water masters, we learn by doing. We learn by experiences. We work on organic orchards, both in schools as well as in community spaces, with a focus on gender, always thinking on women as the leader of all these processes. As part of these orchards, we recover and transform the soils because we are working in a clean manner and we are not adding any agrochemicals or agrotoxics derivatives from oil to our lands, which are the main elements that affect our lands and make them turn sterile. We value and we protect our water basins around our crops, mainly by not adding any agrochemicals. And we also responsibly use water by using the drip system, which truly allows us to use the water standards that are necessary in our crops so that we don't have any water losses, such as when you use other methods, such as the aspersion method, when you use too much water. So through these orchards, we are building a social fabric because several stakeholders from the community or the educational sector meet together, and we can create different bonds and different relationships that will allow us to work around these orchards. Working on an organic orchard, a clean orchard, therefore we can harvest health, both for the entities that work on the orchards and also for the other people who are in the nearby areas who are going to be benefited from this orchard. Next, please. Okay. In the community orchards, we are working under the premise of learning by doing. We build friendship bonds amongst us and also with the environment. We fall in love with nature by recognizing, feeling, and seeing that it is nature that provides us with the fundamental elements for life. And finally, we understand that by planting organic food, we are healing the soil, we are protecting the water, and we are harvesting health. Our community orchards allows all these stakeholders to start to understand and to be connected to our natural environment surrounding us that we obtain through the orchards. On the other hand, in the school orchards, these school orchards become a living classroom, experience-based learning, both for students as well as for our entities who are around them. Because since these orchards become such an important milestone, we do not work on it in an isolated way, but on the contrary, we apply the orchard and include it in the different topics in the different educational institutions. So we can see the orchards from the practical perspective, we can look at it from the biological perspective and also from the social perspective and a political perspective. And this way, students can permeate and identify the relevance of the orchard. They start to have a sense of belonging for these strong activities, which is the production of food. And clearly, it starts to assign a value to the farmers in the different cities in our rural areas, which are the ones that provide us with our food. And they play a fundamental role in the social construction. Unfortunately, our state has not given it the relevance and the importance that they deserve. And finally, this is how the teachers of water have benefited 125 families, both in urban, rural, and school processes. And this is where the orchards become a meeting place and a place for knowledge. Every person and every entity contributes with specific knowledge that could contribute from different perspectives to construction and the development of the orchard. The masters or the teachers of water understand the significance and the relevance of these organic school and community orchards. Above all, they mean the great first step to build the basis for the community relationships in our society. They are environmentally friendly, and they allow us to prioritize and clearly understand the importance of incorporating it in our plans, in our projects, in our programs, where the topics of food safety and sovereignty can become a cross-cutting pillar that the entire community knows of. It is absolutely necessary to focus on these thematic pillars if we want to progress towards a society that can dream with self-sustainability, that it's self-sustainable, that it's resilient with the environment, and that is confident so that we can face these new challenges coming ahead at us as a society in this new century and in this new year, 2022. We have experienced a pandemic that has affected all of us in the different social, business, and political areas. And given this great social and global issue, we have realized that knowledge and planting is a significant milestone, and even more so now when we're talking about a crisis of water as well as a food crisis. Thank you very much. I want to give the floor to my colleague now, Kelly Vanessa Suarez. She will continue with our presentation. Thank you, Mauricio. I want to introduce myself. I'm Kelly Vanessa Suarez. I am a graphic designer, and I have a master's in communications and political communications. The important thing about this Masters of Water experience is to share the experience. As Hernando said, this is a mobile school. This is a school that we take to each of the territories. It is true that we started out in the towns of Santiago de Cali, where we had a huge issue with water resources, but we continue to build social fabric based on experiences and to be able to share information and create collective memories that allows us to do this, to work on governance activities, from the protection of water with the community aqueducts and community initiatives to the orchards, and also to the governance and territory and to recover the soils where we co-inhabit it. And of course, we also want to ensure food safety for these farmers, for the families and the communities. And everything is tied to a communication exercise, because we believe that communication allows us to have a tool that is very powerful to raise our voices and to connect to other stakeholders. We want to remember something with communication, which is that communication allows us to build collective memory. It allows us to share experiences, to have peaceful dialogue so that we can reach agreements, and that this continues in the territories. And this also allows us to travel to other scenarios so that we can create the necessary fabrics for the participatory governance models that the communities need. These are some important aspects of collective memory and communication. They play an educational and cognitive role, and we do this through environmental education by creating a new water culture. The role of dialogue and peace, of course, that also allows us to be in scenarios where we can elevate and raise our voices. As Yanis and Mauricio said, in Cali, we experienced a national strike a year ago, and in April 28th, we will be turning 1 year. And in these territorial spaces that were necessary because of different social pressures, this also allowed us to have a peaceful dialogue and to bring a single voice of the community to demand certain agreements. The third thing is that these memories through communication also allows us to have an aesthetics, which allows us to create an identity. And I think that the Masters of the Water are also building this. Of course, we are 4 speakers here, but in the territory, we are hundreds of people that identify ourselves with the Masters of Water, and we bring this to each of the situations that allow us. And fourth, this is the communication exercise, so that we can convey and transmit this and bring this dissemination channels to other scenarios. So we have achieved 3 important things. First, we created a trademark that allows us to create this identity. We build this identity not just with graphic images of having a logo and a trademark and apply it to PUP materials, but we also have collaborative platforms and systemization exercises where we involve the stakeholders that are present there and that are building on this. I will give you an example of the systemization that we did with a private company, where these community dialogues were brought to other scenarios. And thirdly, the promotion of artistic and cultural initiatives, because we know that arts is a very powerful means of communication and that we can bring community messages. And thirdly, to create partnerships, participatory partnerships with the communities and the organizations. Hernando, your presentation stopped. I'm sorry, I haven't changed the slide. Okay, so this was the exercise to systematize the experiences. We did it with a private company that is called Photos, and we share the territory and the experiences of the rural areas by gathering experiences that would truly create awareness and a change in awareness. We also brought these experiences to Transmedia and to the media. We created some QR codes for people to interact with them, and this was through collective construction. This means that each of the participants of this organization was involved in the aesthetic construction of this document. And finally, we brought it to different communication media, and this allowed us also to participate in a proposal of the BIBO group, where we were semi-finalists because they recognized this innovative educational model. We also bring it through different artistic events. We have drawn murals about what is happening with water, and we also show performances to people so that we can create awareness about the environmental issues. And we have participated in a collective way in different types of partnerships. We have also denounced through the media and using the social media. We have shown the issues that are happening in the rivers of Cali. We have created strategic partnerships and different groups. We have started this initiative to collect signatures so that we can bring it to the local governments to show the contamination of these basins. This had a great impact, not just in local media, but it also allowed the local government and the district government to focus this and implement this topic in the agenda, and that we can continue with these different work groups so that these contamination issues that we have in the rivers can truly be visualized and they can be integrated in the policy so that we can also have solutions in the territories together with the community. An important part of the initiative is the construction with the community, because we give the voice to the people who are living in the territories. And this allowed us to get to this, which was the International Water Forum. This is a space similar to this one here, where the community and the grassroots governments join efforts with the local government so that we can address the issues of water, and we can create a new water school, a new water culture, and also with a new important component, which is the construction of peace. Because Hernan will talk about this in depth, because if we're healing human beings, we can heal the territories, and we can build this within the society and generate governance. So it's also important to talk about this, because this truly allows us to build upon our efforts. So now I want to give the floor to Hernando so that he can conclude our presentation. Thank you. So to conclude, we want to invite the world so that we can place water as a priority and the center of attention. Innovation, research, and protection matters have to be focused on this. As we said, water is the source of life. Water is everything. Without water, we don't have development, we don't have business, we don't have community, we don't have life. So to position this culture of water is definitely our reason for inviting you all to this initiative. Water creates conflict in the world, in Colombia and the world. Therefore, if we do not build peace, we cannot save nature. And saving nature is saving ourselves because we're part of it. We are not aside. We are immersed in it. And we need to create that sense of belonging to nature. This is the reason why for the Masters of Water, our slogan is by healing human beings, we heal nature. Now we have a nature that is sick. We have a society that is sick. And beyond protecting nature, we also propose the healing of the territories, of the water territories. This was our presentation. We are open to continue to be connected to you and to the rest of the world. It has been a pleasure to join you on this occasion. And of course, we want to reiterate and we want to thank you for inviting you so that we can raise the voice of the youth, not to save the world, but to save all of us, the nature and us human beings.
We have to thank you for participating in our conference. Thank you so much to you all three. How interesting to see how everything is connected with water and at the base for even politics and social protest. To continue with the discussion, I would suggest, because we collected some question from the chat and question and answer, to start first with the Palestine project. And the people who posted the question can also ask them themselves, like Oscar. He posted, how is the legal control of water in Palestine that referred to earlier? Are they involved in other countries? Is there international support for these projects? This is a question to Sahar.
Thank you. So just to understand the question, are we speaking about Sakya if we're engaged in other places?
Maybe we have asked Oscar who posed this question as well. So you can get in a dialogue then.
Hola, Sahar. Muchas gracias.
Hi, Sahar. Thank you very much for your presentation. This question is more related about nations and the conflicts that we could have in those relationships, which means what country controls water and how do they control it in Palestine? I don't know if you have any specific example, such as the lake that you mentioned. Thank you.
Yes, of course. So Israel controls the water in the entire land. Water is a very important resource. This control of water is very intricate and very complex, and it's the issues concerning water started at the very beginning in 1948, putting projects and policies of control. Today, for example, Palestinians cannot dig wells below a certain depth in the land. That's one example of how this control happens. Most of the deep wells in the land of the West Bank is controlled by Israel, and then Palestinians buy water from the Israeli companies to their cities, and then they distribute the water to the inhabitants. Traditionally, of course, water was controlled and managed collectively as a collective resource, like everywhere else in the world. But since the Israeli occupation in 1948, that is not the case. There are few examples where these springs happen to be where Palestinians are still living and doing agriculture, and so they use these water springs. But because of surrounding policies and surrounding also expansions of either cities or Israeli settlements, a lot of these water springs have suffered, got destroyed, or the water got diverted to some other location. So yeah, with the total Israeli control over water, we find ourselves with very little left to work with, and then comes a lot of different influences from the inside. Like I said, for example, with the city of Ramallah that has been expanding despite natural resources on its way. And so buildings and roads are being put on top of water springs. And that means that a lot of livelihoods would be affected. A lot of farmers would lose water for their crops, and already we see a lot of shepherds not being able to keep their sheep. A lot of shepherds lived in Ankinia. Today, that number is much less. Most of the shepherds now come to our spring, and so our spring is able to help water a lot of goats and sheep, but that is not enough. Lots of people had to give up grazing and keeping animals, and sometimes, in some cases, they have to actually buy water, which raises the value of their stock, and so it makes it harder for people also to own sheep or to buy sheep to buy milk or meat, etc. Yeah, I mean, there are so many resources around the water control, the Israeli water control in Palestine that has been in the work of so many people, hydrologists and activists, bringing this issue on the table internationally and speaking about rights to water for Palestinians. But not much has changed. We still get water only. For example, I get water like once a week, and in some areas in the West Bank, people get water only once a month. And so they buy these big tanks where they save some water for later use, but you cannot buy enough tanks to save water for a whole month. And so you end up having to buy for your use through Israeli companies to Palestinian companies, and then to you, and that makes water really expensive. And it becomes a commodity rather than this collective resource where people used for centuries and managed for centuries.
Thank you, Sahar.
Muchas gracias.
There was also a question from Anya. Maybe it's already answered now. I will point it out, and maybe Anya can also be part of the discussion. Anya said, Israel is at the forefront of international water research and has remarkable water experts. How is it reflected in your country, especially in Ramallah? And how is the water planning for Ramallah structured and integrating the resource of your region? What would be the consequences in your eyes?
Well, when we say Israeli water, it's really hard to put these borders or to put these delineations. Israel controls the water everywhere, and for me, Israel and Palestine are one and the same. They're not two different things. They're one and the same. They're just on top of each other, different layers, different spots here and there. But if we're talking about politically what looks like Palestine today and what looks like Israel today, Israel has control over the entire area of what is Palestine and what is Israel. Water experts in Israel do a lot of work towards certain Israeli projects, and most of these projects, I would say, are very not ecological. For example, Israel has changed a lot of water path from the Jordan River into the desert in the south and then into the Negev in a project they called Making the Desert Bloom. And these ideas are very ecologically destructive, yet they gain a lot of international interest because Israel uses ecology towards its reputation in the world. And this is part of greenwashing that Israel is very good at doing, presenting certain projects that really destroy whole ecological systems and whole livelihoods of indigenous people living around them towards certain projects that can be very good in the media and internationally. And for the inhabitants, the Israeli inhabitants who would benefit maybe directly from these projects.
Thank you. I want to share also a comment from Zurika from Bangalore, who had a speech yesterday. She pointed out it could relate to your presentation very well. It seems like a similar story, a kind of déjà vu that Sakya in Palestine lakes share with the similar stories behind the process of urban transformations. Okay, but there were also questions for the Maestros del Agua. Oscar pointed out, dear Maestros del Agua, could you briefly explain what is the risk involved in being a water activist in Colombia? To Mauricio, Hernando, and Justine, I think this question was.
Yanis puede contestar. Yanis.
I can answer. Yanis, can you answer? Yes, hi. Well, the risk is life, right? It's your life. In Colombia, Colombia is one of the countries in the world where more environmental leaders are murdered. And this is the risk that we are under for defending life. And those of us that are on this path, we are open to do this because we believe and we are confident that this is the only thing that we have. So we don't have another way out. There are many rural aqueduct leaders that have been threatened. And right now, they have their integrity at risk. And other environmental leaders have been unfortunately murdered by illegal groups and also by the state. So this is the risk that we face, dear Oscar. Thank you. I have another question just to show the context to the other participants from the other countries. This was the question for that purpose. Thank you. I think somebody else raised their hand a moment ago from Berta Ligia. She has been raised her hand for some time now.
What shall I have seen? I'm sorry. Ich sehe leider keine Hand. Also es sind ja so viele Teilnehmer. Sorry in English. There are so many participants that I have not seen a hand. I'm sorry. But who raised a hand? Now it's myself.
Berta Ligia Quesada, y ella puede hablar.
Berta Ligia Quesada, she can already speak. She already activated her mic. Berta, are you there?
Quesada with BL. You are now able to speak.
Berta, ya puedes hablar ahora, por favor.
Can the technique involve Berta Ligia Quesada with a BL?
Berta Lidia Quesada. I think she left.
Micrófono activo, tal vez puede escribir.
Maybe her mic is not on. Maybe she can write her question on the chat.
Okay, there's no microphone. Maybe Berta can put something in the chat. Then we can recognize her question as well. Thank you so far. And I think Carla's question is answered. If she is not mistaken, Colombia was a very dangerous country for environment activists with many murdered activists. So I think this is answered already, but she has another question. As far as Carla knows, nature conservation has been enshrined in the Colombian constitution for a few years now. How does that has an effect on your work and water conservation? Hernando, you raised your hand, you can answer. You open your microphone, please.
Claro que sí.
Yes, of course. As we said before, nature is another victim of conflict. And what we are seeing in Colombia is that we have great impacts because of an irresponsible government that has sponsored and has played and going back to fracking practices in water in our territories. The destruction of water is huge. The rivers in Chocó, Cauca, in the entire country, our rivers are contaminated with cyanide. In Cali, we have more than 600,000 waters that provide water to more than 600,000 people. They are also undertaking illegal gold mining activities in the river, and the contamination levels were denounced by Cali Vivas in a research study conducted by the University of Argentina. The levels of mercury in water are very high. So this means that the destruction of rivers has reached large cities, and it's quite terrifying in the countryside. So much so that the communities and the people, the inhabitants, they need to raise their voices. Environmentalist activists need to raise their voices, but the cost has been too high. Hundreds of murders. All of us who work on this are at risk. But the defense of life or the protection of life is not negotiable. Therefore, we need to continue with our efforts. The only thing that we need to do is to preserve and to protect our common household with conviction and with love. We are guided by love, our love for life, for the rights to all, for human rights and nature. And we focus on the preservation of the planet because this is the only thing we have left. So we propose that from education, it has to be environmentalized. This means that it has to permeate the syllabus, that the topic conducts is held in all the subjects so that we have quality environmentalized education where we discuss about the socio-environmental issues that we're facing now. I think that I have answered your question. I don't know if you have any additional observations.
Thank you, Hernando. Are there any further questions? So far out of the chat and what arose is answered, and we are looking also forward. Oscar, the word is up to you, please.
Vale, he hablado mucho, perdón. Pero quisiera
I've
un poco...
spoken too much, I'm sorry. But I asked about the complexities and the difficulties, but I would also like to ask Maestros del Agua in relation to the displacement of people living in the countryside towards the city. What have you done so that people can go back to the countryside and they can establish their livelihoods back in the countryside?
Bueno, Oscar, mira que...
Hello, Oscar. Well, Colombia historically has faced the displacement of farmers and also of our native cultures towards the large cities because of the armed conflict that we have in this country for so many years in our territories, in our rural territories. But now we have started to notice from our youth that part of the armed conflict with the peace accord, I think it has reduced a little, even though not completely, because the government is actually preventing its natural course of evolvement. But we have started to notice that within the communities and within the youth, they start to have a new environmental awareness they start to feel love for those mountains, for the rural areas that provide us with fresh air, with peace of mind and visual beauty, which is something fundamental for our natural development. And in the urban areas, we live in the midst of a cement forest that pushes us away from nature. But unfortunately, we have started to see that it's good. We have started to see that our youth is coming back to the mountains. The people who used to be farmers in the back, or people who lived in the cities, but now they have started to look for a refuge from these urban areas, from the chaos in the cities, and they are looking for tranquility in the mountains, in the urban areas, from the urban areas of our cities. And we can see that there's change that is starting to place small seeds in the environmental education of this new generation. And it is interesting how this new generation is focusing on the protection of water. They feel more responsible now for the environmental aspects and the chaos that our past generations have allowed and have therefore affected our nature in a chaotic way. And now we can see different youth movements, different community movements, or even from the neighborhoods that are intended to contribute to nature, and they are looking to return to our natural origins that are connected to nature and the mountains. So we are not a separate thing, but we belong to this nature. And fortunately, and despite the armed conflict that we have had in our country, we have started to come back to these mountains, and we have started to want to live and to want to empower ourselves of our natural areas, especially in our city of Cali, which is a city surrounded by huge biodiversity and wonderful landscapes. Thanks to all of this, we can say that different from 10 years ago, we have started to come back and return in a small percentage to our mountains, and we start to take ownership of our territories again. Thank you very much, Mauricio.
Now, also Yanis wants to speak, but I want to shorten it up. We can use the whole afternoon after the coffee break for our discussion, because Citizen Artist prepared an artist experience for us. And maybe this is also good because the title is Water Connects Us All. And I would like to point out now to Kerstin from Citizen Artist, and we can keep our ideas, because I think this is a nice process which we can continue then after the coffee break. Kerstin, where are you? Will you now invite us for your nice art as a field of experience?
Hello? Hello, can you see me? Can you see me? Yes. So I'm not sure whether you can hear me. Yes, so art is a field of experience. After the discussion we just had, I think the contributions that we just heard, of course, moved me a lot, and they showed that these matters are at the heart of our work. And together with my colleagues, I prepared a performative presentation that will take place before our coffee break. And I'd like to invite you to keep in mind all the questions that all of us might still have, all the comments, in order to express them after the break and come back to them after the break. And now I'd like to start my performance. I hope you can see the presentation. Our Congress is something very special. I don't know how it is for you, but for me, this kind of communication in a digital, in a virtual form or format is something very special and at the same time something very fragile. So this moment when we came together from all corners of the world is something very precious. I think it's very important to perceive it as such. I reflected on this process for us, for the technicians, for the organizers, how to connect all of us via Facebook, via Bluetooth, on the mirror board. This is really something very special. So many people are connected through this Congress right now. This is why I'd like to say thank you. So now, while I was speaking about technology, it doesn't work. I hope I can properly open the presentation. Unfortunately, I have some challenges here. It had worked actually until now. So I'll kindly ask you to wait for a minute. Now, yes, that's what I wanted to show you. So once again, a big thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the awareness for our topic of endangered water sites. And I would like to thank all of you, all the organizers and participants for the dialogue. Because I think it's a huge difference whether we are connected only through virtual means or also connected in spirit through the issues, the topics that are dear at our heart, the subject matter of this Congress. And I see a lot of people that really deeply care about water protection. And it's great to share our experience, the different practices. And I would like to thank all of you for that, for this commitment. Now we'd like to bring this topic into your physical spaces as well. So now I'd like to ask you to direct your attention towards water. So please get water at the place wherever you're sitting. You can get a glass of water, you can get or somehow look at water. For example, if there is a water reservoir in front of your window, you can look at this window, or the body of water in front of your window, you can look at it and you can maybe direct your attention towards water. Maybe also you just water the plant and then just become aware of the water in your vicinity. And also we need a piece of paper and something to write, like a pen. That might take a couple of seconds, and I'd suggest us to wait, maybe wait a minute to get. So please get some water, get a water in your proximity, in your vicinity of wherever you're sitting, and a piece of paper, something to write on and something to write with.
Ja, ich hoffe, ihr seid alle.
I hope now you've returned to your computers, to your laptops, and now I'd kindly ask you to sit in a comfortable position and take a deep breath. So maybe now you should direct your attention towards your emotions and thoughts. So thoughts and feelings, what is it that you're feeling and thinking? Also stretch yourself. Your neck might be a bit tense because you've been sitting at your laptop since yesterday, basically. Sit in a comfortable position in front of your laptop. And also, please draw attention to your feet. They should stand flat on the floor. And now, I'd kindly invite you to be silent for 3 minutes. Now all of us will be silent for 3 minutes. I have a sound bowl. You will hear a sound, a ringing sound. This will start now. And in 3 minutes, again, I will get you out of the silence.
Also ich hoffe, ihr könnt mich jetzt besser hören.
I hope you can still hear me and hear me better than before and still see me. This is an experience we know from the practice of automatic writing. So please direct your attention to or towards the water in your vicinity and write down all the thoughts you have on it. You have 5 minutes to write whatever comes to your mind, thinking about the water without judging. This is very important.
Nun lass das Wasser einfach zu dir sprechen. Geh in
Now
Dialog
let
mit
the water speak to you, enter into a dialogue with the water.
Es sind wieder 5 Minuten Zeit dafür.
We're going to take another 5 minutes for this.
Ja, jetzt spür bitte in diese
So
Erfahrung herein.
please make an effort to feel this experience that you just made. You can reread the text that you have written, and please try to find the essence of the images and impressions and thoughts that came to you. Perhaps something special occurred to you. Try to sum up the essence of your experience in just a few words. We're going to take 3 minutes for that.
Ich bitte dich jetzt, deine Aufmerksamkeit auf den
I would
gesamten
now ask you to focus your attention on the entire body of water on Earth. Think of all the water on Earth that is everywhere and inside of everything.
Dafür gibt es auch noch einmal 3 Minuten, bitte.
We're going to take 3 minutes for that as well.
Zum Abschluss möchte ich euch noch einmal einladen.
Conclusion, I would like to invite you to enter into complete silence. You can also about the experience you've made in the chat, perhaps just the essence of your experience. We're going to take some for that now. And I also want to say that after these 5 minutes of silence that we're going to have now, we're going to have a 15-minute break, which means we will continue at 4:20.
Kerstin, kannst du dein Mikro ausmachen? Jetzt sind alle in Silence und in Pause. Danke.
Yeah, hello, welcome back. Our break is over. And I will give back to Jana.
Thank you, Stefan. I'm not sure if we are all complete already because we said 20 minutes past, so there would be 3 more minutes. But maybe during the meantime, I could share the MyRobot for everybody to see how vivid there was the discussion. So if you want to have a look here, this is the MyRobot. We started yesterday with the presentations and we have all the questions and discussions here recorded. Finally, we've ended today here with the nice process from Kerstin and her question. And we already have the first statements, what people wrote down. We took some blueprint for this. And we started also, sorry, it's very fast here, to collect the questions in orange, which arise yesterday and today. So maybe we can work with this now for the final discussion. And there were already some statements which we put in green, maybe solutions. So I'm very excited now how we continue and how we also proceed with, you can raise your hand. And I'm also happy we have some statements from Facebook, which we have already also here included, which were not so far mentioned. For instance, what are the main risks and disadvantages that rural communities have in relation to the management of community aqueducts and rural territories in Kali? And another question to Kali. This came from Facebook, which we could not recognize. Thank you for all who are watching and be the participant there and on YouTube. We also found a nice symbol because we are on traveling, maybe have not solution. We have everything in a suitcase, which is now very light swimming. And we can add it and find maybe some nice final statement all together for this wonderful conference. Are the participants from Kali still on board?
Yes, we are.
We start then with the Facebook questions for you. Okay. What are the principles of potential of the rural territories of Kali as a whole in relation to community water management? And I could also parallel know the answer from you. But it comes in Spanish.
Okay, entonces.
Well, the farallones in Cali, where the rivers stem from, which historically have provided with water and identity to the city, they are at risk because of illegal gold mining and the growth of gold mining and the damages that they have caused. More than 800 hectares of the park have been affected by mining, and therefore the levels of mercury and cyanide have grown as well. Secondly, the territory, as Mauricio said, is very attractive for people from the city to return to the mountains or want to live in the mountains. When we come from the cities to the mountains, we do have a sense of love and respect for the nature. They are aware of environmental protection. Sometimes, however, some trees are felled and forests are destroyed to build environments that are not environmentally friendly, but also those expelled from the cities because they don't have a place to live because of strong living poverty conditions. They return towards the mountains in very precarious conditions. And therefore, the basic sanitation program for residual water treatment is being affected. Now, basic sanitation is very delicate in these areas. It's very delicate, sorry. So the problems are there, they are evident, and we have a very slow response, very slow response. Not at the level that is required from the institutions. So the conflicts for water are present. The waters that feed the water basins and the community aqueducts are also under the risk of being contaminated. And when we speak of risk, it's to talk about other topics for the rural water sector in Cali. So we do call upon the entire city and the inhabitants in the city so that they can join to our protection campaigns and the territory of the Farallones, which has been the factory of water. The city was born next to Cali with just very few houses, and they have been grown over time. And now it's a city of 300,000 inhabitants, or 1.5 million, and now we are 1.4 million inhabitants in total. So this growth of the city that has been so accelerated in the past 5 years has been quite explosive, because these are not harmonious growth in relation to the nature. This is my opinion. So I invite us all to join efforts, and that we become aware of the fact that Cali is at high risk. In the water convention held by national authorities, Cali is at risk because of water issues. Not so much because we don't have water, but because they are contaminated, and also because the water territories are being destroyed. In the specific case of the highlands, because of gold mining, which is the worst threat that we have, that we face. So the other factor that threatens us is that we don't have a full comprehensive peace accord in Colombia. And if this peace does not arrive, then this is also a facilitator of environmental conflicts. The landscape is not positive. As we have seen in the case of Palestine or India or even Chile, where the water was privatized and they took away the water from the communities, and they have gone through very difficult times. This is why we say that we need to place water in the center of the debate in every city, country, or territory, in the plans, programs, and projects. We need to back it out completely, because without water, we cannot move forward as a society, and we won't be able to build a sustainable future, and we won't be able to have life. So humanity needs to be aware of the size of the water problem, and therefore it has to be at the top of the public agenda in the political and public debate. Water is the future, the present, and the always of humanity.
Thank you, Hernando. I think there arises a question from Carla. How could we in Europe help to fight illegal gold mining? How could we in Europe help to fight illegal gold mining and fracking in Colombia? Are therefore X-links connected?
Nosotros tenemos en la plataforma.
Well, we do have in our platform, we do have the initiative Save the Cali River, as Vanessa showed. We have 400,000 signatures. We at chain.org, and we can also support there. But you can also support our activities. We have the Ser Montaña group. These are youth activists that are fighting for the protection of these areas. In this group, we have Yanis Estefania and many youth and we help them. But you can also do this through Yanis. You can also establish contact to define the type of help that you can provide. All kinds of help or aid. We can have several types of aid and we can agree on them. As I said this in the first day of this event, we want to look at the possibility of becoming a strategic partner to extend the app developed by the Japanese girl, and she presented it yesterday. With that tool and with their advice and the proper translation and the bridges that you can establish, Maestros del Agua, and we can deploy nice efforts in the city so that we can trigger awareness. Hello, I would also like to add to this. And this is how from Europe we can help in the defense for the rivers and the protection of water. From the rural perspective or from popular areas, what we have done is to organize ourselves and to look for this, to make sure that this debate is public and we can create advocacy in public policies. So in this sense, there are different organizations, just like Maestros del Agua, for example, specifically for community aqueducts. We also have in Valle del Cauca, which is the Department of Santiago de Cali. We also have the Community Aqueduct Federation from Valle del Cauca that we have also been working with. And there are also online platforms that you can learn about them and disseminate about the efforts that we're undertaking at these Latin American territories. And at the national level, we do have the National Community Aqueduct Network in Colombia. So the idea is, as I said in the presentation before, we need to strengthen that fabric throughout the world in the protection for water and to bring these discussions also to the territories and to reject emphatically the activities of multinational companies in their territories where they maybe just see Latin America as territories for extractivism. We do not see our territories for profitability, for accumulation, but we protect our territories so that we can have a dignified life. So we invite us all to create advocacy in the public agenda of these countries and to bring this to debate, what we are experiencing here. Now in Calima area, which is another municipality of the Department of Valle del Cauca, we have requests from multinationals, foreign multinationals, for mining exploration activities in water territories and protected territories. And this continues to happen in Colombia. Our governments, permeated by corruption, by greed, and by the values that are not in favor of common prosperity, they allow these types of things, and it's only the communities that are fighting against this. So we do have citizens that are aware of this. So I invite you all to enter into debate with your communities, with your families, and bring this message over there too, so that we are more aware that we need policies for life and not for death. I'm sorry. Remember that Colombia has also a great part of the lungs of life, which is the Amazon region. And they also have a great contribution to the forest in the Pacific Choco region and the biodiversity in Colombia. Colombia is a key country in the bio-natural balance of the planet. So to protect the nature of Colombia is defending the planet, defending our common house.
So the discussion is open. Please feel welcome to participate, everybody. we tried also to collect now some maybe improvements also from the last speech, which is here now in the mix of English and German, but to a rare consciousness for water, to strengthen the network of water globally, to produce open debates, to work against the politic who does not be. These are some collection we made now from the discussion so far as maybe a resolution or as solutions. Who wants to add something? Can be also very visionary or utopian ideas. And there's a question to Hernando, where you can sign the petition. Do you have a link, a URL for this you
Sí,
mentioned?
ya Vanessa está trabajando en eso.
Vanessa's already working on that. Oscar, Vanessa's already working on sending the link for shape.org. Okay?
Okay, here raising hands now. I want to see Marcella Morgana wants to speak, then maybe Stefan, and there are two more. Marcella, please start. If Marcella's not joining, I want to start then with Stefan, then Oscar, and then Kerstin. Thank you.
I had a rather general question. Preserving the knowledge of the culture was an important topic in many lectures. And does it need a real place for this? Yesterday, for example, a museum was aimed for, and Sureka initiated the Rangoli Metro Art Center. In general, do projects like the ones we do need a safe space to be visible and sustainable over the time? Or is something immaterial like a brand or a network enough? Maybe a question for Sureka or Zaha or the Colombian team.
Hi, Stefan. Hello? Stefan?
Hello, Sureka.
Yeah, tell me. Yes. You are saying something.
Okay, I had a question concerning the room, the space. Do projects like we do need a space? You initiated the Rangoli Metro Art Center, for example. It was a place for participatory projects, and because it has a safe space, it has a great impact for the city. Do projects need such a space, like the museum yesterday in the project what was aimed?
I guess it's very important to have a larger space and because you'll have more support, and and also talking about Rangoli Metro Art Center, it was like a public space, not like a sort of initiation of like not non-profit space, something like that. So that was like open for like a lot of common man to walk around. So most of the projects like this, like when we open it for interaction, there was like a lot of reactions and also interventions. Also, people would like react a lot to these things actually. So I think definitely the spaces and also the more and more spaces needed for the city, I guess. I think maybe, if it's like also we have to differentiate like whether it's a cultural space or it's like a space for like just working for the ecological or, there are different levels of like working on it, I guess.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stefan. Maybe I will try also to say something about that. I think normally you would have spaces where people gather and speak about public issues, but under certain regimes of control and dispossession, these spaces become more and more sparse and non-existent even. And so it will be important to reestablish a space for people to reconnect and speak and discuss or reactivate certain spaces. Like in our case, we like to invite people to walks along these valleys that have been slowly destroyed by different powers and different regimes. And so by walking, a lot of people are interested in being part of a conversation. So establishing this more public interest by getting to know people personally and invite them personally and bringing their attention and connecting their interests to this more wider public interest. And so it's starting slowly for us, for example, with these valleys, and we're hoping that little by little there will be larger groups of people who are engaged with their valleys, and maybe in the future they will be walking along these valleys and discussing the future of it without our presence even. And so I think at the beginning, maybe it's important to have these people who mobilize. But then later, I think that things could have a momentum where it's more public and more by the hands of the people.
Thank you. Next one was Kerstin.
Ja,
Yes, I was wondering, especially because Fernando said in Colombia that Colombia is the house of the world. Also today in the lecture by Zahar, we realized, or we heard, that there are severe dangers and threats due to political circumstances and conditions. And I was wondering, how can we here build a bridge that is needed in order to maybe get an even broader audience, an even broader public interest for these problems, for these issues? What can we do in order to build this bridge that we, in a way, started to build with this conference? How can we continue building this bridge? What does it need?
This is an interesting question, Kerstin. Thank you. I think this goes to all participants from yesterday, from today, and also to the people who join us. How can we build a bridge and continue to further build and construct this bridge? This conference is a start.
¿Aló?
Pues yo creo que desde el ejercicio de comunicación es fundamental.
Well, I think that from the communications perspective, it's important to use the tool to build this great bridge. In a way or another, through collaborative platforms, what we do is to try to gather all these initiatives, create a single and unique value proposal where we can all be gathered around. We know that from the different contexts, the issues might be the same. So to me, the exercise of communication is fundamental for this type of questioning that we all make ourselves, not just to share experiences, but to strengthen each of us in our territories and maybe to see which alternative solutions they've had in other spaces, but also to build a great proposal that we can all gather into one single voice. Of course, the context based on the different perspectives of each person. But I think that this exercise of communication is important. We need to continue strengthening our communication by using different tools. So we already know that the social networks have been the new public space for this debate. So I think that this is what we do as well, as we saw last year in Cali, with the different manifestations of the national strikes. So the public space became and transformed itself, not just in the territory and in the lands, but also in the social media and in the communications. So there were constant live broadcasts and different types of voices were heard as well. And we all gathered together through a series of hashtags and communication exercises so that we can place we can show the world the situation that we were experiencing. So I think that we also need to strengthen these exercises. We need to consider as well that, of course, to me, it works as if it was a triad. There are strongly community components, there's a technical component, and there's a permanent communication component. So I think that these spaces have to be strengthened, and we need to build on the communication efforts. Thank you.
There were also voices from Marcella Moraya.
Sí, perdón, que tuve un problema con la computadora.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was having some problems with the computer, but I wanted to go back to a question that Carla asked, I believe. She was asking how or what we could do from Europe to help in the case of Colombia. I think that an important thing, which is also related to Kirsten's question, is education. Education with the new generations, and also focusing on conscious consumption. Because, for example, in mining extraction, this is where they use those types of minerals. So I don't know, the great amount of minerals are also used in technology, in cell phones and computers. So I think that we can also work with new generations so that they can have conscious consumption of cell phones and laptops and computers. This is what I wanted to add. I think that environmental education is very important now.
Thank you, Marcella. And since you mentioned Carla, she's also raising her hand. Carla, it's your turn.
So, jetzt müsste mein Mikro freigeschaltet sein. Hört ihr mich?
Ja, wir hören dich, Carla.
So you should be able to hear me now. Great. I'm going to be speaking in German because it's easier for me. So my question, which I had already raised earlier, is that I see one possibility, which is that of bringing artists and scientists together more. There are programs to support such activities in Germany, and I believe that there are similar programs in other countries. And the other point I would like to make is that we were just talking about cultural indigenous knowledge. How can that be strengthened? In my view, there is a strong separation between the Spanish language and the English language scientific community. And I think it would be important to connect the two, because that would facilitate the adoption of indigenous knowledge. If it is known which companies are involved concretely in Colombia or elsewhere, then one can mobilize major NGOs such as Greenpeace. I know that there are protests in Mexico, and there is support for those protests in Europe because the German multinational Siemens is what is being protested against in Mexico. So much for now.
There was another hand, Six-Star Francis Angelo Vergara. Hello? Will you open your microphone, please? If not, I think Oscar is waiting, and also Hernando and Matthias. I will start with Oscar because he's waiting so long already. Thank you.
Diana, muchas gracias por darme la palabra.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I just wanted to ask a question after hearing the presentations, because these are local community projects that are completely independent. And we are facing an institution, be it the government, be it a company, or a private entity. And I wonder why there are no intermediate entities, such as non-government organizations, doing something there in the middle. And I would like to ask the panelists this question. Is it because these projects are not part of the agendas of the NGOs? Or is it because they do not trust NGOs? Or because, I don't know, I wonder why they do not show up in this global landscape that we have been discussing this couple of days.
Oscar, this is a question to someone special or to everyone?
Pues digamos, la hice para los panelistas en general, pero...
Well, I asked, it's a general question, but I actually thought about it when I was hearing Sahar's and Surega's projects.
Sahar is raising her hand anyway. Maybe you would like to answer right away.
Thank you. I raised my hand to speak in regards to working together about these bridges and alliances. But I would like to hear again from Oscar, if he doesn't mind. I will speak a little bit about these alliances. I think it is important as we gather here today and speak about our different struggles that we clearly understand the connections between them. And I think that it's important to voice our support to each other. And this support can be needed in so many places. And I think Germany is a good example where pro-Palestinian voices are deemed criminal or anti-Semitic. And I think that it is really important to have the courage and have the friendship that would allow us to speak about injustices in their larger presence in the globe, and not have favorites. I think this is really important. These global supports and global showing of care and appreciation, and hopefully the extension of help can happen from there. I think we can build alliances where political and economic formations would help us understand realities and realize resolutions. I think that we would love to have people from Colombia or Germany or from India who have been engaged with these projects to be with us here as well, and to have their insights and their thoughts with us on the ground. And maybe Oscar, sorry, I would maybe ask you to repeat your question.
Vale, la digo rápidamente.
Well, I will just mention it briefly. I'm asking why, as part of community work and as part of those resistance processes against the entities that manage the water, why isn't there an intermediate point that is represented in NGOs, for example? My question is therefore, your projects, for example, are they not included in that relationship because you're not part of their agenda? Or is it because that you don't trust in those types of entities, or what is happening there?
Okay, so what's happening is that we have a dysfunctional and corrupt government. And so our government works on behalf of the occupation. And so we do not trust our government with our livelihoods, with our rights. Our government, the Palestinian Authority, has failed for over 25 years of its existence to get rights to Palestinians. We've been under constant attack, loss of land and life and livelihoods and stories and histories, and the PA has not been acting on behalf of its people. And so we act as people on our own. There are NGOs that work on different issues, including water, but a lot of these NGOs tend to work on the symptoms rather than on the causes. And it can be really hard to start from the big cause, start from the dismantlement of the systems and structures that are in control and that are oppressing, and so dealing with the symptoms can be easier. And so dealing with symptoms could mean that small successes and small victories can happen here and there. And so a confiscation of a water spring, for example, could have mobilization around it through some NGO or works with some NGO, and some rights could be regained. But this is not really tackling the actual issue of having our resources being completely taken away from us on the global in the global sense. We have been working with the community to re-engage with the stories and histories about these water springs, because we believe that liberation happens as we work together, and it is a process that is not interested in finding quick solutions, although we do that. We do building and renovation to keep sustainable resources going and alive. But we're interested in the deeper struggles. We're interested in the deeper reasons of loss of lands and resources and loss of history and stories. And so we're working towards that. We're working from the very deep, the very rapidly changing and changing and being lost spaces.
Thank you, Sahar. So Hernando is also waiting for quite a while, and afterwards, if there is no discussion directly, I would give the word to
Sí.
Matías.
Gracias. A ver, los movimientos alternativos, decimos alternativos.
Well, alternative movements, we call them alternative because we do have critical thinking and we use complaints or denouncements. We are always pushed against the wall in a way or another. So the agenda that we build with others, such as NGOs and different civil society organizations, at the end of the day, the efforts are immense for building partnerships bottom up with the communities and being truly represented and having a solid proposal. But the public entities and the governments, they have always tried to sabotage these activities. So at the end of the day, we don't have the resources or the support or the necessary assistance. So one of the things that we have to do is that we can find partners in the United States, in Europe, throughout the world that understand that critical thinking and complaining is disqualified in Latin America, and even more so in Colombia, because you already know the statistics of murders of leaders that denounce. You already heard Yanis today in the protection of community water management activities. There is a capacity and a political posture to report corrupt governments, and therefore we have a high institutionality crisis, and we are on the way of change and transformation. And of course, the future of Colombia would depend greatly on this as well. But I do believe that if we take advantage of these spaces and we do not lose ourselves, but we remain connected, so that the support that comes even from Europe to Colombia can be channeled through entities from the government itself. But if we can establish contacts with you so that we can build grids to obtain technical, logistical support or training support, or even financial resources to help us with these initiatives here, because we permanently have difficulties in sustaining it and maintaining it in the scenario that we work in. We do have a high level of volunteer work, but the economic and financial situations of our people are affected, and therefore it also affects the processes that we undertake. Now, for example, many of the masters of water are looking for other sources. We are always in a constant search for resources, and therefore this makes these processes difficult to be sustained over time, even more so in the midst of a pandemic that has affected our economy profoundly, and all the setbacks that we have faced in social aspects. The social issue in our country is immense. The level of education has been affected. In health, we're facing huge problems. The abandonment in the countryside that has been historically present is even greater now. And there are movements that are growing in the middle of all of this, such as illicit crops and drug trafficking as well, that is affecting the territories. And the war is emerging again in the territories. So we always are hopeful. We hope that these partnerships that we can build can help us establish cooperation bridges in different senses. So I think that this is what I can do from the bottom of my heart, what I can say from the bottom of my heart as a result of our experience in Colombia, working with wonderful people who have invited us to participate in this conference, and they have opened us their doors for us to speak up and raise our voices.
Thank you very much, Hernando. Now I would like to ask Matthias to open his microphone.
Okay, ich bin hier.
Hello,
Here I am. Hello, Matthias. In the meantime, I actually got a number of answers, and I hope I will be able to answer. The first goes to Kirsten. What can we do from Europe? What kind of bridges can we build? Actually, those that we are building right now, the networking we are doing right now, we need to get a list or a kind of a catalog of the needs and the demands worldwide. Then also we need to collect the approaches and the possible solutions, because the problems are very different. Some people need water protection or measures in order to protect the water. In other cases, the water is threatened by pollution, while other cases again indicate that the water already has been polluted, as in the case of the Schäfersee Lake. And in other cases, again, the problem is the industry. And now I'd like to continue in Spanish.
Experiencia de eso de la minería. Parece que eso de que es un problema muy, bueno, global, me doy cuenta, porque en muchos de los países es realmente la minería uno de los peores amenazas. Y solo puedo decir, por ejemplo, vivimos la experiencia en El Salvador, en Centroamérica, que había también una minería canadiense que ya había hecho un contrato con el gobierno y estaban ya haciendo la investigación.
That had already done a contract with the government, and they were undertaking the investigation of where they were going to build. And for example, there was an NGO that was present also with German aid. But the decisive factor was a Swiss student that every 2 years he would go to the third world to help in their research. I remember that he had been in Peru also conducting similar efforts, and he conducted a serious scientific investigation of water pollution, trying to see what damage was caused by mining. And he was able to prove that if that mine would have been built, then basically it would have polluted 50% of the country, because it would have been in the Lempa River that goes across the river, and it would have affected all the fields around it. So basically the work of a student, a Swiss student, I think it took 2 months' time. He presented it later on. He was able to echo this. And of course, the Canadian mining company was in trials for more than 2 years. But now, in my understanding, they are no longer at risk. So it is possible, and it is ideal that the first world with their capacity, with their technique, can help NGOs, and the third world with their capacities and with that link. But that would also be ideal to create a network and an information database where we can, on the one hand, we can showcase the needs and the problems, and on the other hand, here in the first world, I don't know, we can create posters in the universities, or we can invite technicians and scientists so that they can help with the specific issues. But this would be ideal to create a database to share information. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. I think Francis, you raised the hand, and I asked already 2 times. The full name is Sixta Francis Angelo Vergara. Okay, maybe there's a technical problem. I don't know. And Kerstin and Stefan, your questions were answered, as well as from Oscar. Who else thinks the problem is not fully solved, and wants to participate in our conversation? I see Ayumi is surfing on the board. Maybe you like to also add something.
Nothing so far, but maybe to Hernando, I think that you were asking about this method that I presented yesterday. I learned this method from Ashoka Foundation workshop, and so there is a English tool, instructions video, etc. But if you like, I can also contact Ashoka Parsons, UK, Florian, and then ask some English, the Spanish-speaking people, or there might be some Ashoka Mexico, etc. I have not made a contact yet, but if you need help, maybe I could also make a bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayumi.
Gracias, Ayumi. Perfecto.
Thank you, Ayumi. Perfect. Vanessa and Oscar, could you please get in touch with Ayumi? Thank you.
Oscar, please.
Ok. Sí, quisiera agregar tal vez dos aspectos que me...
Well, I would like to add two comments, which is the importance of conducting intergenerational efforts with the communities. I think that based on the efforts of Maestros del Agua, we can see how they are disseminating the information. And I think this is one of the projects around water where they undertake everything clearly. Basically, this is a closed group of youth that do not disseminate their information. I think that we need to take this into account. I think there's also other activities that we can disseminate at the global level, which is wonderful. And thirdly, I want to mention the importance of environmental education and intergenerational education. And also after Ayumi's presentation yesterday and after the presentation of Maestros del Agua, where they have some virtual platforms where we can also be part of with the website, we can also think about options of continuing updating and receiving information through these platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. The problems is urging, but our questions are maybe so big that we do not urge to post them here. I like to ask now Stefan, Kerstin, and Oscar how we proceed. If we want to share something else, we still have around a quarter of an hour, 20 minutes to continue or to find maybe really good solution or to see how we proceed with this group now from the conference.
Also ich kann mir gut ich spreche jetzt nochmal in Deutsch.
So I will speak German. I could imagine us to go into a feedback round right now. So maybe we should just go into a feedback round and look at the conference, speak about the advantages and disadvantages of such digital networks and digital conferences. Did we actually tap into the potentials of additional virtual digital tools such as a Miro board or not? So maybe we could just exchange opinions about that, but also I'd like to ask my colleagues what they think, what to do with the remaining 20 to 15 minutes.
Go ahead, Kirsty.
I think Stefan's suggestion is really good. Firstly, I think that networks already have established here during the conference, but also generally there are global communities on water, working on water. I'd like to post a link of such a global blue community working on water. Maybe now we should, according to Stefan's suggestion, reflect on this conference. What did this conference enable? What did it make possible? Where were the advantages and disadvantages?
Ask for the feedback first, the panelists, and then our audience.
Sí, yo quisiera agregar.
Yes, I would like to add. Can I speak, Diana?
Yes, of course.
Me robé la palabra.
Sorry. Well, I would agree with this method of feedback, and I would also like to ask our speakers if they can add an important aspect that they can take away from this conference in the sense of whether it solves any of the projects that they have in their, any of the issues that they have in their projects.
If nobody's raising the hand, I would behave like a teacher and ask maybe.
Pero Carla levantó la mano.
I think Carla raised her hand.
Yes, apparently I just put down my hand already. So Kerstin just mentioned Blue Community. I already posted the link in this Q&A window. The link is already there. What stands out to me, or what is important for me, is that there should be a meeting on a regular basis. For example, every month or every fourth week. I am working as a network expert and as a person forging networks. So this is why I see networks need to be maintained on a regular basis. For example, I work in Berlin, and I see there are different communities, for example, on different pedagogical issues, and they need to meet on a regular basis. And also NGOs, I don't remember who said that, but NGOs work on a sectoral level, somebody said, and not really, they were not really tackling the root of the problem. So maybe the person that said that, I think, I'm not sure whether it was Sahar, could explain what they meant by that. Why do NGOs not tackle the problem at its root cause?
Yes, NGOs are supported by funders, and funders are mostly affiliated by governments, and these governments have political relationships with whatever these NGOs work or these funders work. And so whatever NGOs are able to do has to be within the framework of the funder or government that they're supported by. Certain political positions will not be welcomed, and even you could lose support if your political position is not in line with your funders. And a lot of NGOs need to survive, and that's understandable. And so a lot of them work outside of politics or on the sidelines of politics. And by not addressing politics directly, you have to work on the symptoms. So you cannot really address the larger political problem. You can address certain problems that the communities face, like social, economic problems, but it is really hard to speak about larger alternative operations, ways of living, ways of working together, etc. That would be very dangerous to the political powers that put these money into action. That's one of the reasons, but that's a very important reason. NGOs depend on money from governments, and governments are politically not always on the side of the people.
So I would note one need independent money, independent from political or government party, as a feedback maybe, or as a solution. Feedback to this conference from yesterday. Maybe Sureka, are you still on board?
Yes, very much, yeah. Actually, what I observed is like we all have a sort of similar concern, and also some of the problems we have faced also, it's like it has the same context, and so I think it's and I think there are like a lot of questions also is there, because when you work as an artist or a sort of a person who go and intervene into a certain situation where there are problems, or even if you look at the history or in the past, people who protest, people who work on, protest against certain system or their problems, it all arises from the root, from the place where they are, so but when we work as like people who suddenly we intervene into a certain space and we go on like as a saviors or something, it's always like a sort of difficult situation we are in. Like, for example, I just wanted to quote, because when we look at our archives, also we have to look at, if we can look at some of the in the history also, or the past, how people have like protested like within that without like being a big NGO or activation, but also starting with like very few people they began, but it always like become a very successful movement. For example, just I think a lot of people might be knowing about it. Like, for example, there is this Chipko movement, is like the hugging movement of a tree, which began in 1973. There was this big deforestation began in Uttarakhand and near the villages. And they were like, there was no way when they could really avoid this forestation, but the women in the villages, they just went and hugged the trees. They said, whoever come and cut the trees, you have to cut me. And then, then it all began with just 3 women from that village. And, the movement spread, and finally it spread to all over the villages. And finally it became a very successful movement of saving the whole forest there. So I think, so if we like think in terms of that also, like how we really, and now this whole movement, and also it also become a sort of symbol throughout the world also, like, hug a tree and save a tree, something like that. So it's, I don't know, like it all starts from like one small initiation as one small, gesture, but that's also start from a kind of problem, I think. So maybe we should also sort of start tracing those things and how we can really bring it back, or how we can really address those issues, rather than just also sometimes we just enter into certain problem and as a problem solver it might be a little difficult, I guess. So maybe we should when we work, because even I felt many times like as an artist when you go and working on those issues, like even the Jakur Lake, like in one way, I mean, like we are building that archive, so that it would be like a interesting archive for everybody. Also, all my archive was like a sort of copy left, which was like anybody could use it, like from the source. Like I had like some 10,000, more than 10,000 images, or some 30 to 40 hours of videos of all the whole documentation. But it helped, like in some sense, like in the future, because as an archive. But when you think about the real time solver, like the problem solving, how much like as artists we are really into that whole aspect. So that's also not always a question, but I think so those need to be put together and solved, and see how we can really take it further actually.
Thank you, Sureka. Shall we continue with the feedback from yesterday? Is also Ayumi still in the round?
I just show my face for everybody for the last minute. Feedback, yes, I learned quite a lot, especially the time span, how we can work with government, communities, and dealing with a different topic with SDGs from Mary. She gave us really good thoughts that slow cooking approach, and she clearly said that she's interested in the progress in coming 10 years. So that gave us, or me at least, big perspective that, okay, the commitment is long-term. And from Colombia team today, you made a wonderful community that includes so many people and make each step so openly. This is like a team in Germany can learn quite a lot from you, that how you build, and social media matters. That is also wonderful. So I guess that's the next step is important, but we already learned quite a lot. And each of us may have a different need at this moment. So I can see that this online conference make us really, really visible overview what could be done, what would be our next step. And I guess it would be nice to have this kind of exchanging the ideas, at least maybe every year, even small exchanging meetings. That would be great to catch up and openly say that what you need and what we need, this might be really good, that our example could be your example, and this kind of a smaller exchanging might be also helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayumi. Is Anya still on board? Anya Scheller? Maybe she left already. Can we have a feedback from Hernando and your team?
Invito a Yaris y a Vanessa a que hagan ese cierre de parte de la maestra. Mauricio también.
Hola. Pues bueno,
Mauricio.
Hola. Hello. Well, from my side, as part of the feedback and the recommendations, I think that it's very important to have each of the stakeholders that are here. We need even if we work as a group or independently or with government aid, to be able to generate educational processes, because with education, we would be able to reach many more human beings, and this way we can also have a greater impact in the territories. So since we're environmental stakeholders, to be able to produce education, not in a direct way, but in a more activist way and with an experience-based learning, this could create important learning, not just to us as entities, but to all the societies around our entities and the territories and the different processes that we are participating in. So in a way or another, being able to create this small space in education, this is done from the process that we have educating about the issues and how we as entities are tackling the issues and how we're finding the solutions for that. This is a way, and it's a process of creating education directly based on experience, because we are already stakeholders or actors, and we discuss the issues and we can find a specific solution for this. And this way, we can show humanity and our communities what is the correct way and the path that we have to follow to continue creating impact in the environment in a positive way and continue generating that environmental culture that we are embarking on. So I invite us all to create educational processes that either they can be formal or non-formal, virtually or in person, but we need to educate the community, the people, the new generations, and the established generations, the elderly as well, especially about the processes that we're undertaking. This is how we're going to create education, and we will create a new culture. Thank you.
Hola. Bueno, también para
Hello. Well, just to conclude as well, I wanted to say that this space was very useful to understand what is happening in other latitudes of the world, and that the model, the neoliberal model is there wanting to run because they know that they're putting the life on planet at risk. And I want to say that the river and the community has told us that we need to believe in ourselves more. And we need to learn about the colonialist perspective that we have of being right above other communities, but we actually have to be open to listening and to accompany each other intergenerationally. We need many more young people to be part of our processes. The youth is not the future, they are present and they are showing this us from many of the experiences that we have seen. So we need to include our children, our youth, because this is how we start to plant the seeds so that those fights against life can have continuity. I want to thank my colleagues and all the rural communities and environmental leaders that are truly giving their lives to defend life. So we need to believe more in ourselves and in what we're building collectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Saha, you raised your hand, please.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to say just lastly, from today's presentation by the Colombian team, I was really excited about how a group of people are working collectively, but it was very clear that each one of them has their own specific role in their work and specific interests, and they take pride in these positions, and I really enjoyed that. And there's so much to learn from there, that how to create a group of people working together. Maybe they're very different, but they come and agree on a certain goal, and that goal brings all of these energies into action. That was really inspirational to me, and I hope to learn more also about how they sustain this group collective that could be for a later discussion. So thank you very much. And I enjoyed every presentation yesterday as well. Thank you so much, Sureika and everybody.
Thank you, Sahar. I would like to have a small feedback from Marcella and maybe also from Andrea Acosta, and then give the word back to our hosts from Citizen Art Days.
Sí. Sí, repetir un poco, no sé. Bueno,
well, I also wanted to add to what has been said already. First of all, thank you very much for this event. It has been quite exciting to hear about the different projects as well. And I don't know, I think that you feel that you are much more accompanied on this path that we have started in the protection for water by knowing that there are many people in different places in the planet that are doing the same thing, that are on the same fight and with the same intentions. I take many ideas away with me as well in relation to communication, environmental education. I think that I also agree with that. As our colleagues from Colombia were saying, and this is something that I'm also working on in Berlin. I work with children about the minerals extraction, for example, which is an important issue that is happening in Latin America. And I also want to continue in contact with all of you. I want to continue in this network that was already created, and we will continue working on water, on different water channels, different rivers, different streams that we are moving with this entire community that we have created here in Citizen Art Days. That would be my comment from my side.
Thank you. How about Andrea Acosta? Maybe a final word also from your side, from the Schlammig, Dreckig, Nass group from Berlin. Andrea, you have to put your microphone on, please.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for all the contributions from everyone. It has been like really interesting and I mean also tough to hear about all these situations everywhere. I think it's been, I mean, it's still like I'm still processing all this information, but it's I think there's this reflection also of what the role of artists could be in all of this and how can we accompany and strengthen all these processes around the world. And I think that's like really still kind of with that question. Also, I wanted to say that like I was thinking of this connecting of places, like all these places we learn from, and how like the solidarity maybe extends from like we are maybe kind of working in one specific place, but now like because of being here and hearing all these stories, somehow there are these new shared solidarities in between places, and now somehow we learn of these places and in some way kind of care for them even from the distance. And I think that's very interesting. And maybe just to close, I think yesterday, Marcela, in your talk, you mentioned this word despertar in Spanish, which is to awaken. And I thought that's like a really beautiful metaphor of this idea of the potential is kind of already there, and many of the things are already there, but they need to be awakened. And I think that's kind of something very interesting to continue thinking about. So thank you for everyone for your contribution.
Thank you, Andrea. So now I want to give the word back to our hosts and thank everybody for participating.
Ja, ich möchte mich einfach noch mal ganz kurz halten.
So I would like to be brief. I have a feeling that everything was so impressive and so new that we need time to let it settle. We need to perhaps process all of these impressions that we've gathered. But I want to say that it was a very special event. So that would be my brief feedback and a very warm thank you to everyone involved. So perhaps one of my colleagues can take it from there.
Penúltimo.
Well, I am very happy with the results of this conference, with all the connections and network that we have been able to create. And I would like only to refer to two specific actions. On the Miro board, which is a think tank with solutions, concerns, and solutions that we are going to share PDF file in English and Spanish. We'll see if we can have German as well. We also have the Mozilla Hub and the website to keep this network building. We will have contact to disseminate the ideas in a different way and communicate information about the other projects. And thirdly, we were fortunate to have more than 200 people registered in the portal. In addition to the use on Facebook, on Zoom, and YouTube, we have about 250 people that are included in the list of contacts. We can also share this information with everyone. Our communication channels are going to be by email, info@citizenartbase.de. It's on the website, and we will be in contact. Stefan, it's your turn.
Yeah, we are obviously at the end of our event, and the discussion in the plenum about Miro brought together exciting points, I find. I like the word ex-novation used yesterday by Raphael Ziegler, the opposite of innovation. For me, that means don't colonize the last living space, but that means a process of awareness for all of us, I think, where we artists can get involved. At the end, I would like to thank Jana Prüß for the great moderation. Jana, thank you very much. It was wonderful. A little bit invisible, but very important, Doro Quentin. She developed and prepared the Miro boat together with Jana. And Doro, thank you too. Are you here? Yeah, Doro, thank you too. And again, from the Citizen Art Days, many, many thanks to all the speakers with their great and inspiring projects. Thank you so much. It was a huge pleasure to have you here, all of you. And I would say a big thank you to the Interpreting Columbia team for the conference technology and the simultaneous translation. Perfect, wonderful. Thanks, Juan, Johan, Max, Alicia, Alexandra, all the guys who are involved. And finally, of course, dear audience, thank you that you were here, that you contributed your ideas, give a big hand, and that was our conference. Let's stay in contact. Goodbye, hope you see us again. Bye-bye, ciao, tschüss.